Greetings, salutations, welcome back to Genshin Impact today. I am, of course, as always, Dalag Blastspouk. And today we are going to hopefully get further in the Archon quest. Where's the quest? Yeah, here.
How about a quick...
The Archon quest. We are on. We're at the start of Like the Paint Moonlight of Yesteryear. Last time
so I can sketch
in
this
the
beautiful scenery.
Archon quest, we did a sort of a tourney. We did a court case against the Archon. Yeah, it was really something. Not something I expected at all. But it was fun. Lots of twists in the court case. We were about to meet one of our sort of partners in the case for dinner or something, a meal. What was her name? I got her as a character. Navia. We're about to meet up with Navia for a post-court case meal farewell celebration thing. Yeah. Though in the couple minutes before the stream, I did just notice something. I wonder. Wait. What's this? I'm sorry. So if you're unaware, I don't keep up as well with Genshin Impact as I do with Hunt Guy Star Rail. I keep up very well with like the news and stuff with Star Rail, but especially since I started on Star Rail, I've just been way more into Star Rail than into Genshin Impact. But I still like Genshin Impact. So wait, what is this? This is so these are some standard Banu characters. Can I get a few details? Chronicled Path is a unique mechanism for chronicled wishes. Before making a wish, you must select a target amongst the 5 stars. The 5-star item you receive from the wish will only be one of the item type. Of the same item type as the target you selected. You will receive 1 fate point when you receive a 5-star that is not. Once you've accumulated enough, the 5-star character or weapon you receive through it will be the one you chose. Do they have... No. Well, why is Albedo here? He's not one of the standard ones. I know this because there's even a stream where I got my Albedo on a stream. If that's yeah, I got a Albedo on a stream. He's like my favorite character. I like Albedo. What I was looking for in these weapons was to see, and I don't think any of these are the weapon I was hoping for. Yeah, no. If his best weapon is among them, because I was not playing the game when his best weapon was on an event. So I have no way to get it. I wanted to see who is this though before we dive into the quest. Who is that? Let's do here trial real quick. I like Geo characters in the Genshin Impact. I enjoy Geo, so I mean, my current team I was on just then was 3 Geo characters and an ice character. So what does she do? Then we'll get right into the outcome quest. We won't take too long on this. After using her elemental skill, Chiori will summon Tamoto to attack opponents, dealing Geodam. I almost called it tomato, which is like the way some people pronounce tomatoes. Dealing geo damage and execute an upward sweep for a short time. After her upward sweep attack, one of the following effects may be triggered based on the next action. Tap her elemental skill to cause the next character to take the field and have Tamoto execute coordinated attacks for a duration. Tap her normal attack for her to gain Geo infusion for a short duration. While Tamoto persists if any Geo construct, oh I like the sound of that, exists nearby or a Geo construct is created, up to 1 additional Tamoto will be summoned. Chiori's elemental boost deals Geo damage to nearby opponents. Okay, so if you're unaware, the reason I am particularly fond of Geo characters is because in a lot of games I like characters that construct something as part of their kit, like a construct turret or a trap or a field or some replenishment station. So this character sounds interesting. We'll give her a try really quick. Did I see Aulakino? I don't think I said the name quite right. Gameplay leaks. I have not. I like Aulakino's style though, so I might want to check those out. Okay, so here. Okay, so it's that's what it's calling, whatever it calls it. If I then if I switch characters, what did it? Okay, then we get another one there. If we do the boost. Theory's interesting. Let me double check how this works. Here, idle and playstyle is that's pretty cool. Okay. What element is Aulakino? If there are nearby Geo constructs, yeah, only 1 additional Tamoto can be summoned in this manner. Okay. And the Tamotos last 17 seconds. Oh, and she scales off of some defense. Interesting.
Don't waste my time.
Okay. Okay. That's cool. What was her name? Started with a chi. Chiori. Okay. I might think about that. About spending. I don't have many wishes to spend, but I might think about that. I don't think I actually have a spot for her on my team, though. I was kind of hoping. I
came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
I saw that she was Geo, and I was kind of hoping that she might be able to take the last non-Geo spot on my main team so I could have a full character Geo team, but she's not a support. She can't heal my character, so I don't think so. Okay, I'm going to put this on Atto for now.
Paimon's getting excited already! In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment. Ooh, everything looks so good! People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life. Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
Oh, it looks... Is that the lasagna?
Well,
I think they have a lasagna there.
I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table. You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell
That looks
meal,
tasty,
but we
yeah.
could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case.
Yeah, I don't think it needs to be farewell. It can just be a celebration of victory. Yeah. It's certainly worth celebrating. It was a pleasure working with you. Yeah, it's certainly worth celebrating.
True. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes. Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food.
I'm hoping we find out more about
Speaking of cases,
some of the things going on in Fontaine here.
Will get caught soon now that this has all happened? Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after. If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that. Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before. Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking! We were so close to hearing who was behind it. In such investigations,
I do like...
step can seem like a yawning
I like the
chasm if the trail of
intrigue.
clues is cut off.
I like the intrigue and such going on in this
that the authorities might conduct.
so far.
It's not that I don't have faith in their ability. It's just that a different perspective is required in some matters.
That's the right word for what I
It's easy to guard
mean.
against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough, which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exists.
I just realized I forgot to say something that I meant to say at the start of the stream. I meant to say I'm hoping we get through a good chunk of this quest, you know, like I don't know, 4 hours or something of the quest, like we often do when we do Genshin. But I do still have a little bit of a sore throat from a few days ago. So if my voice starts going at some point, I might have to wrap the stream up early before it's gone completely. I'm just hoping I'm not getting too sick.
Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through, where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right?
I do.
Let's talk about something else.
I find her business interesting.
What are your future plans?
But, you know, I suppose we're mainly here just to find out information from the Hydro Archon. Okay, so we wanted to ask the Hydro Archon for some information, but we haven't had much opportunity to do so.
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak
That's
to her
not
after
really
the
an
call
that's,
ended.
we're
Didn't
saying
really
both,
seem like
isn't
the
it?
right time or place to do it anyway.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Furina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
She doesn't seem particularly
We've heard that
interested
she's
in
super
just like a
popular here in
private
Fontaine,
chat.
and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
Guess that's
Yeah?
Rosula's
Yeah?
boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas.
That seems...
What did you have in mind?
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure
That
Lady Furina would
sounds
be eager to
fun.
see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play. Don't you think?
But it's a
Could you
little...
suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
I feel that that's less of my concern with this plan and more of how it could go round with I suppose we're not trying to be secret with what we want to talk to the outcomes about, but something that we might want to remain a secret could always come up in a conversation with them. So I don't know. And it could be a rather public discussion if we do it that way.
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers.
I don't
let
like
her
that
go back
one.
to sleep until she answers all your questions. I can personally
no.
testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
Yeah, no.
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep.
So when we told Navia that we're alright with methods outside of the lab, we should have also said we don't want arrested when we use those methods.
All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some
This
sense.
does seem like an actual plan. It's worth a
Why
try.
don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot and all.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink? Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next to Paimon. Would you like to order another?
It's closer to Paimon than a Navia in
We're
appearance.
just about done here.
Also,
Alright.
I think there's only
Honestly,
2 cups
Paimon
on the
wouldn't
table.
recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
I'd have to agree.
Is that so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fanta here then.
That
If we're all
doesn't
finished
sound
eating, then I'll go
good.
pay.
Also,
Yeah.
it
We're stuffed. Thanks for the treat, Navia.
It could just be that the cuisine of Plantain isn't up to the tastes of Paimon and the Traveler. You know, you don't know.
Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore.
You could try floating a little lower. Yeah.
Paimon's barely an inch off the ground?
You're fine. Enough with the
As for
dramatics.
expenses this month, we're left with...
Hey, Navia! What are you doing over there?
Did you spend too much?
Nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
That was a pretty pricey meal. All thanks to Paimon.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
I really
So
would
this is
like a
goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other
Draft.
trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your request the highest priority.
direct conversation with Furina. No officials between us. No facades. A real direct conversation in multiple senses of the word.
In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
Direct physically and... as light rain falls without reason. Okay. Way back to the opera. Oh. Okay, right, it's over here. Okay, maybe we can find
There aren't many people around anymore.
Furina
Looks like that
somewhere.
boat that took to Aranias might have been the last one.
Vache.
Ah, the fountain's tacking again.
Looks like we're back here again.
Hello.
Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Yes. Yeah. And it's clearer than in the day.
Kinda spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the
Though I
morning?
think it's been a couple days.
Vache.
Right? I think we were sealed in the opera for a few days.
There might be something nasty in the water.
I can feel a strong emotions.
Hang on. Paimon can kinda hear a voice. It's calling for Vache, right?
I wonder why she can hear it now. Maybe
Stop walking.
because we mentioned it? Because we described the emotion? Oh, hello. Oh, right. This is like the water bass, right? Where's this?
Vache, are you my dear Vache?
No.
No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is?
I'm afraid not.
Wait. Who am I?
Oh no.
I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know.
Oh. No.
My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten?
You were once human?
Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who is lost, therefore.
I wonder how long ago this was.
I do not know how I came to be like this either.
Let's hear more.
I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim.
Wait. Did you dissolve? Light blue water, could that have been... Could she be one of the Gearless who were dissolved?
I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure.
Is this
loved
recent
exploring
or
places of peril.
not?
No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me, and I also loved him equally as much. But now,
That's a sad story.
we can no longer go back. The pain
Well-
of such parting. I never knew how heavy it could be.
How long ago, though? So you need me to
No.
find him?
Our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories. The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vache,
Do you want to tell us
tell him
your
not to look
name?
for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember.
I think knowing your name could help with this. I believe it will be hard for him to forget you.
Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing. If only I could have comforted him, told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth.
Okay, that means Vache was a witness to the fact that you dissolved. I wonder, could it be that this person has some connection to the antagonist?
Is that what you call
I
it?
don't know.
Dissolve.
Solving.
If anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state
And that's
of neither
enough to
fear
really
nor
go on
frenzy,
to support that
with only
theory, I
an
propose.
endless peace, like the water's still surface.
It's just a thought.
I could also liken it to being a
Dedicated,
thirsty
you know.
person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety.
It seemed that after the body is dissolved, some measure of the consciousness still
I think
remains.
I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think.
Okay, yeah, we're still by the fountain then, I guess, maybe? Or are we? Is that time? Alright, I wonder how much time has passed
Farewell,
in
then.
reality.
I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache,
This might
him
just
not
be like
to
a
seek me out
telepathic
any
communication with someone who has dissolved. Oh no, what's going on? Are you? Oh, who is that? Okay, it's automatons versus Navia.
Demoiselle, look out!
Why? Who are they?
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex.
This is really cool, though. Who is that?
Rand?
Wait. Oh? Maybe someone on our side? Oh, on Navia's side. I love the style of
Quick, now's our
Fontaine.
chance!
Look at that! All over the place. Wow, the two of them right there. Just annihilated a bunch of... What was it? Gaudimax? Something like that. I don't even know who she is. I mean, I heard the
Thank you for lending
name.
us your sword there, Clarand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I'd also like to know how the Max
followed you.
showed up.
It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust.
Okay.
He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father.
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Corand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish
Okay,
to avoid
so
unnecessary emotional
Clarence
harm.
knew
Sorry, I did not
Navia's
consider your
father,
feelings.
Whatever.
but we don't know
What else
how
do you know?
yet.
How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you,
Hey,
but I believe that the mastermind behind
How's
the
it
serial
going at us?
disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with a Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago.
Oh,
They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only
okay.
conclude that some powerful or wealthy
Someone
party must have
bought a
obtained them
bunch
via
of Max
illegal
or
means,
something. Oh,
employing them as
stole.
a private force of sorts.
What?
They're
Your
like
point being that they're out of
mercenaries
Spina
there
Divasula's league, then?
or something.
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light.
So,
That's my father's true last wish.
trying to think of who we know who could have hired those. I think it has to be whoever's behind the dissolving. Yeah. It's whoever's behind the dissolving of people.
Regardless, thank you for your help today,
Maybe
Clarence.
someone else, but I think
But
that's who it
if you
is.
get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
I went to check if
Right. I suppose that's the
I'm
best news
curious
we've
if
gotten today.
Chlorinde is a character
Demoiselle,
people
I believe
can
that Miss Corand was being sincere with
get
you.
yet. I'm
If we
curious.
tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, she's...
Oh, maybe. Wait. Oh yeah. Who was that?
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while
Also,
you were
how long
unconscious,
was I
and
out?
Nadia and her gang saved us!
Oh wait, were they attacking? They might not have been attacking here, but attacking Paimon and the Traveler.
Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Champion a duelist. Okay. Oh, so you're a fight. Oh, so you're a fighter now, Paimon. I'm sorry, I can't pass up any opportunity to tease Paimon. That's against policy here.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast.
That is a
we're still partners.
great and
There's
very
no need to thank
optimistic
me.
way of looking at
It will
things,
take
Navia.
50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
These two... I find their dynamic in the theme is quite hilarious. I don't know. There's...
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well,
Good
to be
question.
honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really?
Oh?
Paimon contributed somehow?
Yeah, that's
Paimon's even more
fantastic.
amazing
Is this a
than
first?
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of
Is
what
it
you
something
said.
to do with how
That the
salty
Fanta
it was?
tasted kind of salty and icky.
But I thought it... But... Nah. I thought it tasted strange as well, but I couldn't be sure.
Fanta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall,
Okay.
had also been a bit off.
Yeah?
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes.
Oh.
So if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Oh.
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh. Really?
Wow. That was a close one. That was close. Okay. Fortunately, Paimon, neither of us are from a fountain.
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate, but whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger and hurried here as quickly as I could.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Well,
Oh,
you did
yes.
foil a plan that they were
Paimon?
probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process.
I think Paimon's a bit confused. Paimon should know by now that whenever we go to a new country, we automatically get caught up in the mess. Even though, like, the traveler's policy is, no, I don't really care that much. I'm just passing it through looking for information. But no. Always caught up in the mess.
Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Maybe
Well, it can't be
that's
a
why we
coincidence that
could
the traveler
hear it.
fainted just now. He said that he heard that voice calling for Vache again. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too, but it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then?
Okay, I'm going to real quick say, I don't like it when they do these things like this. We have two choices, but it's one choice. And they've done it so much today. It's according to Lynette, that, and then the ability to hear voices like that has to do with one's sensitivity to the hydro element. It's one choice. Presented as, well, it's not even presented as two. I don't know. I'd much rather it be one button. I just don't like the way it don't like the way it's laid out, the format of it, where when my eyes first see it before I read it, I think I have a choice in what I'm saying, but it's not.
Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to
But anyways,
hydro
the
when it's used on
story.
people who are not from Fontaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
Seems... So wait, when we talked to Linny, he said they were like... I think there were like people before who had heard things. We weren't the first ones. So I think that means there were other people. Other people who weren't from Fontaine, who had drank from the primordial sea and heard things. Unless... Wait. No, we heard things from the fountain earlier. That just strengthened our ability to hear the things, perhaps?
New intel? While you were out cold?
Yes, talented,
Well,
aren't
let's
they?
hear it, shall we?
The voice in the fountain belonged to one of the missing women. A person named Vache was a witness when she dissolved.
Oh, that is important.
You tell everyone...
Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been threatened?
If he's still alive, we should try searching for him.
Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate.
All right, partner.
Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Yes.
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right? And besides,
And
we're in this now
anyways.
whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Joining forces with a steampunk detective sounds fantastic to me. And right up my alley. So, how could I say no? Messing with us will cost them. This will prove to be their biggest mistake.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you.
Okay.
We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time, I guess.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
What was that? Oh, just a story occurrence. Yeah. Okay. I wanted to check character archive. Just curious. No, it doesn't look like Clorind is here. Maybe she'll be a character in the future. Oh, well, she's a character. Maybe she'll be made available as a playable character in the future. That sounds more accurate, doesn't it?
The truth of this world.
Okay, go to the Spina di Rosula.
What could it be?
Spina di Rosula. We'll just go here and make our way through the town. Oh, I like this view up here. Walkways above us. It's cool. Okay. Oh, is this it? Is it underground?
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping
Is it a
watch,
bunker?
mademoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Huh, very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, traveler.
Okay. Wait, am I going the right way? I'm not, am I? Maybe I am. This looks cool. This is cool. Oh, no, 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 down. Who's that? Hello? Wow, we're pretty deep, aren't we? Now I like the coloring of this place. See, this is the coloring I like for steampunk, more dark and browns, and yeah. Of course, it's a sewer, so you know, maybe not the nicest place. What's this? Not much. Not much. Oh, here we go. This looks to be okay. So, Spina de Sula, if I said it right, does seem to have some pretty secret locations. I mean, okay, there's people here, but I'm guessing these people aren't exactly the type of people to, you know, be discussing things with. A lot of the rest of society. I don't know. We're underground in a sewer. This feels more like a thieves guild or secret group of some kind. I was thinking a society, but that the secret society doesn't sound quite right for what I mean either.
This is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
Okay, I didn't mean to put
Your
one off.
accommodations have
Okay,
been arranged.
don't worry.
Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Thank you.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately. After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Your father... he was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right? How did he...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners,
I wonder if this is relevant to any of
my father's
the
name is Callus.
storylines we've heard so
The
far.
same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets.
Oh!
3 years ago, he was accused of
Really?
murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely,
Maybe...
he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it
Maybe he knew who set him up and knew that he couldn't get out of the setup.
that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena. 3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself.
It does seem quite odd. Do you have any clues as to why?
The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
There we go.
Ah, so
There we
that's
go.
why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
It has something to do with it. I think.
That's
yeah,
right.
it does.
I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something.
Yes.
They must know what really happened.
I am
Was my
inclined
father
to
coerced?
agree.
Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now,
Wow.
here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Seeking the truth for the sake of your family. You know, we're quite alike in this regard. Oh, yeah, no, I hadn't thought of that.
Mademoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, demoiselle.
I'm going to let everyone know that in order to preserve my voice for more of this stream and my sore throat to hold it up for a bit longer, I am having a cough drop. I don't know if the sound of the cough drop in my mouth will affect things. Just that, if you hear anything, I don't know. Anyways,
Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for
Probably
him to be
unnecessary
dubbed
to
Callus
say,
the
but-
Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that. People
no.
love watching the evil turn over a new leaf. But they also
Fontaine.
enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
Fontaine seems to be like a little more so than other places, but she's right. It's not just people from Fontaine. It's like that sort of thing.
Never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that
Fontaine
happen
likes
to him.
their drama.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Ms. Clorand.
Oh,
Wow.
well then, isn't that
Wow.
as good as saying that she was the one who killed him?
No wonder the mood was a little strange between the two of you.
Yeah, that's you can just let go and move on from.
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety.
Then that indicates that he intended to die in that duel. Honestly, I think we kind of already knew that from the fact that when he was even injured to the point where he could have been declared as defeated, he kept going until he died, but yeah.
Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right, anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end.
I wonder if Clorinde knows more than she lets on about it. About the case that he was framed for? No, it's alright. I understand how important this is to you.
Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah. Paimon's feet.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
Okay. Hopefully nothing bad happens in my sleep. Oh, peaceful night.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe. Huh? Navia? Where did the other two go?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just
Makes
trying to get
sense.
them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vache.
Oh,
So you
anything?
didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess
Maybe
Paimon wasn't
she's a
speaking
little
for everyone
obsessed.
just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere.
No one?
I suspect that those behind this have already
Really?
taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vache person is a key witness in the incident.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
Wow.
No, there is one ray of hope. One place
Maybe
in
this
Fontaine
Vache
that they would find
dissolved.
almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette, a place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
Yes.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we?
Might be difficult.
Aren't you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
No, it's nothing.
He doesn't seem
Let's go
the
see the
most
Honorable Chief Justice.
open of individuals. It's probably quicker to teleport.
The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Okay.
Halt! Please state your business
Oh.
here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied
Oh,
with
it's one of
official
these
Huh.
people.
This place does look pretty heavily guarded.
Don't
Guess that
know
proves that
what
Nervalet's files are
they
really
are
secure.
exactly.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
I don't know if just recognizing us is
Who
enough
are
that we
you?
should be let
Just
through,
to be
but
clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
that does seem...
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if
Okay,
you
can
don't
we
have a
sign up
reason to
to
be here.
to meet him sometime?
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
Bingo! Well
We're here today
done.
to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
All right.
Ah, thanks so much.
Which way? This way?
Please come in.
Ah, there he is. Now, can he give us information? I feel like he's the sort to keep information to himself. Maybe I'm wrong.
We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vache. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Okay. Do you have all of the files in this room?
Who knew that Neuvillette would be so easy to talk to?
Oh, it's going to
Unfortunately-
take some time. No?
I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vache has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
One explanation could be that the Oceanid that we tacked to, its memory was incorrect. Possibly because of the dissolving process? But there's other things that could be as well. Okay, back to square one.
What if it was really just a dream?
It wasn't just a
that so?
dream. Could
All
have
right,
been a
then.
weird stuff.
Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Something
We'll take our leave now.
Alice. Something jumbled.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? or just express some tendril of regret. No, you are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things
That's
because you
fairly
felt
accurate,
like you
yeah.
should.
He's not exactly an
It's just
emotional
like last
guy.
time.
Or at
After my
least he
father took
doesn't
his
seem
place in
like
the
it.
duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel? Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
Now I'm almost suspicious of Novelit. Partially because it brings to mind a little of the story of the Count of Monte Cristo, who one of the betrayers was in the legal system. And Novelat here apparently let the duel go ahead, even though there was something fishy with it. I don't know. It's hard to trust Novelit, though. I will give it. I can say that much for certain. Whether we should trust him or not, I don't know yet.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone.
Though I
so
feel
much that
like
you
I'm
can't
leaning
feel,
it towards.
but that you would never express anything.
I feel like I'm leaning towards he is like a good character, but just not one that is easy to work with.
Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Okay.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine.
You don't have to say you're fine. It's alright if you're not okay.
It's raining.
But
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
rain.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Was he outside when it happened?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there.
Not sure quite where this is
Why?
going.
Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value.
But there was something you didn't know at the time.
Wait,
The fact that people can
you
be
don't
turned into water.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water and then got washed away with the rain? Yeah.
Yep.
And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
Oh,
I think I
yeah.
found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's
Because
go to
you
Poisson.
didn't have the
With this new lead
information
in mind,
earlier.
we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do you
It's
want to go
new
with me now?
information,
Or do you want to
so
head
it-
over by yourself later?
We should go while the ideas are still fresh. Oh, you can go first. I'll join later. We should go while the ideas fresh.
Great. Let's go then.
Oh. Oh. Where are we? Interesting environment here. No waypoints, nice. Oh, I like it here. This place is cool.
Whoa, what a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters.
Great
I thought it was the one who
headquarters.
asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our tastes in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
Oh, I like this ship.
Paimon
The
thought you were
headquarters.
bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon
Thank you, Monica.
for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
Okay. Ah, this place is cool. I like... See, I like in a sort of steampunk setting this, like, brown metal color. Okay, I think we need to go to this side to get to the ship. Yeah, here we go. Oh, it's fairly sizable. Is that a starfish? Looks like it. Oh, there's a ramp here. That'll work. Oh, here we go. A familiar
Malus,
face.
we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
We took care of business.
About that, it's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea?
Yeah?
You still remember, right, Malus? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Yes. Could the mastermind be the same person?
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Wait.
He did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him,
this is just seeming...
Not only that,
it's like...
Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
It's like we just keep getting more and more details that further connect the cases together.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it?
Yeah?
In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I don't think he should have done it a duel and gotten
himself killed.
There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
So it wasn't completely washed away by the rain. They didn't... Clothing... That seems like a detail that should have been brought up. I cannot see the way a person would leave their clothing behind, having dissolved, and that not to look abnormal and out of place. Unless maybe they dissolved into a basket of laundry. So they could have belonged to someone who got dissolved.
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
Okay, I mean, maybe your father got into an argument with Jacques. But it's also possible that the third person was to blame. I think it's the third person.
You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0 warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however...
Yes, definitely the key.
Even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel.
Oh,
they are
very.
extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly?
No.
I've never accepted
No.
that. Ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now.
I feel like...
I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
I feel like he didn't see his coming death as meaningless. I don't know what he saw as something he'd be getting out of this death of his. But the way he... the way he went about things, fighting to the death, instructing Chlorinde to protect Navia? No. No, I don't think he wanted... I think he did these things with purpose.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, Demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, Demoiselle, have been selected as the next target to disappear.
Yeah.
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live.
Okay, we're just going with one tragic tune after another tragic tune after another tragic tune. How many tragic tunes can we take with this particular case?
And the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of
He
this,
tried to do it in a
he
way
decided to use
that
one
would
final intimidation tactic
get rid
before
of
his
the
death.
danger.
He claimed to have already
to
gotten
her.
his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Oh.
Right. So nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
So why was the attack of the, what are they, Mecha Guards today?
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No
While
father
people
wants their
don't
daughter to see them
always.
weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
I'm wondering how much, if any, of this stuff we're learning here Novelite might know. Like I feel like he knows more than he let on. I don't know if he knows any of this, but he might.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword.
Ah.
If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me?
How long it's been
and what if I
since
was
his
never
death?
able to make it to where I am now?
He gave you the choice to live how you want.
Yeah. I suppose that's true.
Maybe.
With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced.
Oh.
Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters.
That's big.
When he was threatening the
is
enemy,
big.
Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why?
Yes.
If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming
It's
in?
not necessarily still there.
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization
They could
that's
have
been in
moved.
operation for decades. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
I mean, the one lucky thing is...
In that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
The one lucky thing is that they do have the Traveler on their side now, and the Traveler is a pretty good fighter, so... Yeah? Yeah?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
Maybe?
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Malus.
Well, maybe now's the right
Have you
time.
discovered anything new in the
Yeah.
past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here.
We
When I
don't
announced
really
orders
know
to the
how many
organization's
people work
members on
here.
Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the
Really?
vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the
So
news.
do you know who it
After
is
several
then?
rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people.
You can't narrow it down
First
further
is
through the same
Florent,
method?
Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
Who is the... Well, I mean, what is this... Confrérie? Canfrari?
It's a guild in Poisson. A boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around, with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support.
Okay.
It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Maybe if we just don't alert any of those three,
Malus.
right?
You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Aw, thank you so much,
Doesn't really sound like they blame
A new case
him
awaits,
for
my dear partner.
the murder. Leave it to me.
I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
Callus is case records. Okay, where are we going? Down here. Oh, maybe. Wait, there. Yeah, I think it's up there. Oh no. Oh no. Not really where I want it to be. And back up. Okay. You!
It is settled, then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Is this the wife and child?
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
Let's not bother her for now.
That I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
Okay.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you. And to all of us.
Well, maybe if we catch the people responsible for
the sentiment,
the
but you don't have
deaths
to carry
of
all that
both
guilt.
of their fathers.
On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again.
Okay.
He had many regrets, and felt that he
Seems
took the
like a
idea
good
of providing
person.
for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callus came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
Wait, did he know he was going to die? Oh, maybe more likely he suspected that someone might come after him at that point. Wait, does that mean someone ordered Jacaz to take out Callus?
I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callus had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your papa was a good man, right?
Yeah, Papa was a really good man.
He sounds like he was good.
Then you should hold on to that. If a
If
good
not
man
always, at
had to
least
do a
near the
bad
end
thing,
of his life.
then he must have had his reasons.
It
Regardless
seems
of
like
whether
he
he
was
left you a
trying to
parasol
be good, I guess.
or a sword.
Yeah.
He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
A pair of determined detectives. A good trait, I'd say, yes.
Hey, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florence should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself together on the way. So, please...
Oh, she didn't quite finish.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah,
Now,
I've
what's the
heard.
plan of her
With something
dealing
that
with
dramatic,
these 3?
I'm sure journalists will milk it
How
for
are
all
we
it's
going
worth.
to do
And
this?
it'll be all the talk for the next
We
several
could give
weeks.
them each a different piece
It also
of
reminded
intel.
me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene.
Yeah.
After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case.
How
Can you
does
do me a
that
favor and try
sound
to
to
recall
you?
what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callus was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after? My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned, do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
It is
At least
very
from our
possible.
perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
I'm still wondering about that. I feel like it's something else.
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything once the whole truth has been revealed.
It's of course related to the fact that it's largely to do with the fact that if he got killed and didn't share the information, she wouldn't be dissolved.
I understand. Then I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing, the whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
I don't really know whether to check Florin after the list or not. What? I don't know. I don't know if that gave me enough information to say whether or not he was a traitor. Is a traitor. You're right. Well, you are right by the waypoint. Wow.
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, so you've caught news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the Guards, you know.
Oh.
The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something
both
wrong.
Spina di
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that?
The Guards?
Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callus did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway,
I don't
chit-chat.
know if we
Are
can
these two
figure
friends
out
of yours?
who the traitor is
Here for
just
some
through
formal business?
a couple
yes. These
maybe
two
through
are my
talking
partners.
to each of them.
What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay.
Actually, I have another question.
I'm not sure.
Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course.
Oh.
Without them, I couldn't possibly
Well,
handle
they were
Poisson on my own.
unmarked. No serial
Why do you
numbers on
ask?
these Gardamax.
We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Navia.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them.
Accusing him right
If I
there.
had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my
comparison, I'd say,
Removing
I
a
guess.
serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units.
Yeah, private.
They're certainly not cheap.
I think the road I was
whoever
thinking
their owner
of
is must
earlier
be
when I
super
said
rich,
when I called
powerful,
them like
both.
mercenary.
Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
That makes sense.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
I'm not sure he is in the clear, but...
Thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Okay. Okay, we're... Looks like we're on the right level, I think. No. We need to go down. How far? Fear there. No, still a fear there. I think that level down there? No, down. Okay.
Hello. How may I help you? I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure. I will let him know right away.
Okay.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted
Now
to
I'm
talk to you
guessing this
briefly about
guy's
what
not
happened in the
going to
opera
say
house.
anything that,
I'm sure you saw
you know,
everything too, right?
scream as traitor,
Yes,
so we're going to have
I've
to
never seen
figure it
anything so
out.
strange.
Oh, you were at the opera house too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery?
I did
I
not.
also witnessed
Actually,
her
I kind of
marvelous sleuthing
suspected
work.
something would
Quite
happen.
impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Yeah, as I said earlier,
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other
earlier
thing,
I
right?
pointed out
The fact that
they
humans
really
can
do
dissolve
like
in
their
water?
drama here.
Yes, I was
Yeah.
reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea.
Yeah.
If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit.
Yeah,
wasn't it you who protected us?
Not really Paimon's vigilance that made her, you know, drink your cup. Almost the opposite of her vigilance, and in effect.
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
I feel like I'm most suspicious of this guy. If we have to have a traitor of these three, I feel...
My age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory.
Of him, but honestly, I'm not like...
The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly.
100%
I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests.
It's like I'm more suspicious of him than the other, but not like clearing the other to have suspicion or anything.
Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more, see if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Okay.
This can work. I'll just treat them as new samples.
Okay. So... Wait. Up there?
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
Oh, do you have a suspect?
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
Yeah, I don't think any of them are like super suspicious or anything. Just if I had to choose one of the three.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years. Anyway,
yeah.
Even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start?
Jaka's motive...
You're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
If I was Jacques, I wouldn't have fired a shot at all.
Oh? And why is that?
Could he guarantee his safety after killing Callus? Could he guarantee his family's safety after killing Callus? My guess is he shot the third individual, and the third individual maybe shot him as well. 2 shots, and Callus didn't have a gun. Yeah, that's my guess. Could he guarantee his safety after killing Callus?
That's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the Order and seek protection from my father.
Seems the third person was the one who derailed everything.
Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well.
Same.
It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Yeah.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
Maybe theory, but I could see one of the others also having the ability.
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible
It's
that he's
obvious.
figured out a way to
I do
convert
not
the Gardamex
know
for
the
personal
name and
use.
pronunciation as well.
I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha.
Yeah.
I'll say Mausal.
If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Maybe it was someone else. Mausal.
Uncle
He
Marcel?
said he had a lot of money. Sort of.
My father
Kind of.
did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got to know Jacques. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. It's still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business?
Not necessarily, right? He could have been like spending the money for show, sort of, to make it look like he's.
Florent? It is
really
true that he was
spending
closest
it
to my
elsewhere.
father,
I don't know.
and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security, so he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
I mean, look. I think there are a lot of people who fall into that, being too broke to afford a mecha army. I feel like that's a very, very large portion of society that falls into too broke to afford a mecha army.
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly. Who could it be?
I think... I think Marcel. That's who I'm leaning towards anyway.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these 3, did he?
So I might be mistaken, but I feel like in a lot of mysteries, there's like a decent amount of time that, you know, it is someone very close, like a family member who's the culprit.
Malus has always been very reliable, and his
just
judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the 3, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well.
I want to clarify, that's not just, in my opinion, because of the not just for the drama of telling a mystery story and having it be someone who is close to the person, but also because of the logic of sometimes people who are close with other people do, you know, have things against the other people, even if he has reasons. Yeah.
The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
He is someone who's very close to you after all.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
The synth production base.
Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have any other options right now.
Let's do it.
We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
What are you doing here?
Huh?
You're making me most suspicious
Did
now.
something happen?
Explain yourself.
News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Oh?
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Vtubie harbinger called Tartaglia.
Okay, what's child doing? Wait, child?
Is that someone you know?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Yeah.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
I don't think it's him.
None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That doesn't make sense. I don't think he's been in the country enough.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right. Because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah. And it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callis' name.
No, wait. Are we going to be defending a child in a case?
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do? We still haven't found any conclusive evidence.
Let's split up.
Split up? What do you mean?
You go to Irenaeus, while I'll go investigate that place. I'm confident in my combat abilities.
Just as expected of my partner. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Irenaeus.
Yeah, actually, this is pretty good timing, isn't it?
You're right.
This is good
our
for
best
us,
opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them at the Opera House and charge Marcel as the true culprit. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
Well, leave it to me.
Just like you helped us in Lenny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Malus, Silver, when did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Irenaeus. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
Okay.
See you there.
Let's go get that evidence of some sort.
Now that Navia has set out for Irenaeus, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over. Huh. According to Malus's info, the synth production base is underwater.
Okay. I've done a little bit of this underwater stuff so far in Hunting, not a ton. So I don't fully understand everything about how it works. Like, I'll admit, I don't really fully understand any of the strategy involved in the combat. But yeah, here? There.
Finally found it. Huh.
Oh,
So
it
this is the
sounds
entrance that
different
leads to the
underwater.
Sin production base. It sure doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all.
Well, they don't want it to stand out. Yes, but I'm sure what we find inside will be extraordinary.
You're right. An important place like this is
Hopefully.
bound to have a ton of protective measures and mechanisms. Navia's
Traps.
probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
Oh, we get a meanwhile. Nice. I like meanwhiles. Keeping the action going
It would appear
simultaneously.
that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
No.
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name.
Wait,
Is that
doesn't he
right?
want to do that?
In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit,
Okay.
that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House.
Well,
Then why
yes.
don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No. That's not what I meant.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going
Oh,
poorly.
yes.
And we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again.
Now,
The
where's
goal of this
Navia?
trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
That case had
Yeah.
nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong man.
Huh? What's going on? Why is she
Drama.
interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Vtubie harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness.
Well,
But that
who's
was
to
an
say she
exception
can't help
rather than
this
standard
time?
court protocol. I can very well
Hopefully.
charge you with contempt of
Hopefully.
court for your interjections.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that
You
discussion
tell
aside
them.
for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default, correct?
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway, so I'll take you up on that offer. So, Your Honor,
What?
is
Don't you
there
want to
nothing else
fight in
for me
the
to do
arena,
now?
child?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
Marcel?
That person is...
Oh! Okay.
of Cabriere!
I'm not certain, but
Convert?
maybe.
Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you,
They
Miss
like
Navia,
their
that charging
drama.
someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this, do you still wish
Well,
to
I
charge
hope we
this man?
didn't get Navia in
Yes,
trouble here.
I do.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial.
Yeah, shocked and confused Marcel.
Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
I hope it's him.
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very
Yeah.
well. In that case, since both sides have now
I'm not
arrived,
sure
Miss
about
Navia,
it, Marcel.
please present your charges.
There are reasons that you're rather,
back to 3 years ago,
rather
to the case
suspicious,
of
Marcel.
Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember, both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
You didn't necessarily pull the
There's no
trigger.
point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see.
All right.
In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage.
Oh, good. We don't have to recount it. Oh, wait. Maybe we do.
On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabriere.
Oh.
During the banquet, all attending guests heard two
Have to
gunshots
click.
from the
It's no
courtyard.
longer an atto, really.
When the guests arrived at the scene,
Oh,
they
this
found the primary suspect,
segment.
Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance Jacques lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded
You're going
that the
to leave out
suspect's
the
first shot must
clothes,
have
aren't
missed,
you?
while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel.
Right there.
Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
Okay.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea.
Okay. Novelite versus Navia. 2 gunshots. Callus, who had the motive to kill. These two. Callus did not carry a gun with him. Did Callous act in self-defense, I assume. Maybe that one. That one or this one.
Something.
There.
The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, he reconsidered and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility and had sent out another assassin.
Yeah, and over here, let's go with. No, 1 second. What was the first chat must have missed when this might be where the clothes come in.
A pile of clothing was found at the scene.
There
The
we go.
guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself.
What?
But now, it is
No,
clear that the
no.
clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water after committing the murder. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice.
Oh, can we get a closer look at this? Is that... That looks like a dissolved person and not a disguise that's been taken off. I'm not sure about this one, but I think this one needs to be refuted. No? No, I guess not. Okay, it's not a... It is now certain... Oh. No? I'm sorry. I don't entirely know how this system works. I thought... We certainly have to refute something. Something else. Oh, what is it? Not right. I guess I'll just try some things.
This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead.
Okay, there we go.
Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
Okay. What do you think of that, Novelite? Novelite? However you say your name.
So that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great
Yes.
theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech
Oh,
that
no.
directly implicated me.
Then,
He
may I ask
agrees.
some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things.
Okay, wait. So last time she was the prosecutor, right? What's your role in the code system this time?
1. Do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have started putting someone else on trial who's completely unrelated to the case. You're making it so rash things.
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing, we should be able to find a match.
Just don't make them suspect that we're looking through their base.
Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Furina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
Perhaps as well.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callis explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave.
Yeah.
At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What?
If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter
But with
and
such
determine
a
that we were in the right.
deadly weapon as the thwatter,
How can a hollow
Navia
verdict
likely
protect
wouldn't
anyone?
have made it.
Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retained the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course.
Yes.
All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand.
Yeah. Is she here? Yes.
I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callis was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callis never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. it appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
Yes.
I concur.
Yes.
However, Miss Navia, you still have
Now,
not
can you
explained
give
the
us
link
some,
between your
some
father's case
time?
and the serial
Give us some time to
disappearances
finish
case.
the investigation.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Okay, it has to do with
weren't
this.
they just talking
the
about the serial
drink.
disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified.
Yeah.
The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
Yes, I didn't
So
think you
that's
can
why
put
you
this
suspected
together.
me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to
Really?
it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental
Really?
child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
Okay, actually, that's making me most suspicious of him that he's calling it, calling the reasoning preposterous. Because, honestly, that reasoning wasn't bad.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be
Seems
physically present to
within
control
the
the
realm
timing?
of possibility,
Can't someone
you know.
remotely monitor the place?
Can they? I honestly don't know what this role its technology might.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects
Might,
with some further investigations until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know
He's
what the
making
biggest
me
flaw
more
in your
suspicious
reasoning
of
is?
him.
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business
Interesting.
only thrived when I received Callus's patronage. But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
Doesn't mean he's
I
disconnected.
do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time.
He seems almost too prepared with an alibi here.
Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy.
I disagree.
Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
The funny thing is, like, the mode this... But is this still Retrice, or am I misremembering things? The more it, like, goes, like, back out of favor of Mausal, the more, like, I'm actually leaning towards, wait, it is him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth, while that same agency has long been taken from them. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes.
Yeah.
I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see, Marcel?
Marcel?
Is it a man named Vache?
Ah, okay, it's him.
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
That
I was
you
waiting
have
for you
a
to say
bad poker face. And I didn't even see an expression change very much on your face. A bad poker mumble, I guess. Yeah. Oh. This place seems a little run down for... Oh, okay. No, it seems better up here. Well, a little mossy for a base of operations. Maybe they like it that way.
Press the advantage! Then, let's roll!
Okay, we'll just take them out really quick. Shouldn't be too difficult.
Pull in! Moment of birth.
Okay. They're not dealing too much damage, but I guess I'm not dealing as much as I'd like either.
Attaboy!
This should do it, right? No, not. Maybe I should have read the entry about them. I did the land entry, as I thought it would be.
The floor is going up! Is it because of this mechanism
Just
in
trying
the middle?
to, just kind of
That guy really prepared a
brute
lot of
force
stuff
to
for
them,
this
I
place.
guess. I like the look of this elevator or whatever. Can I look below it? Okay. No, wait! Okay, take me back up. Thank you. Ooh, look at this. Oh, cool.
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but
Oh, lots of gears.
see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Okay. Diving. There's a crack. What am I doing here? What's going on here? Quest marker. I don't get it. Oh. Okay. Yeah. No, you're right. I hate them. If you're talking about these, I've been annoyed by them all the stream. I haven't been on Genshin Impact much lately, and I just updated the game before the stream. And I saw all of these red marks, but I was supposed to have been alive already at the point when I saw all of these red marks everywhere, and I was like, oh no, these red marks are going to annoy me all the stream. Now you bring it up, I'm going to get rid of them. You have given me the excuse.
Once, there was a glorious kingdom established.
Okay, there, just, and I don't know, come on, how many more?
What a view. How about a quick break so I can this beautiful scenery?
I don't know, can I? Okay, I'm not sure if I know a good way to... I don't think I can remove these red marks very easily until I do those quests.
Going out into the world and investigating.
And this one I have to go to the guild, and I'm not in a place in a good spot to do that. But okay, let's get some of them
miss this feeling
to go away. Oh, that maybe now. Something over here, perhaps? Can I can't even get out of the water over here. And this side, maybe? No. The only place to go is here? Huh. Oh, right, wait, E? There, okay. Yeah, I don't know these water mechanics very well yet. Okay, what will this do? Alright, that might work in our favor.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But
yes,
this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Yeah. I'll part of the investigation, Paimon.
Advance!
Area a loot mark? Okay.
Coming to be! Let's roll!
One down. Ultimate tap. Should be another down. One left. Can we get it before the ult goes away? We did, but there's another wave.
Rally! Burst forth. Witness my great undertaking.
And geological survey max. If I have a tough time, maybe I look at what they do, but I don't have to like kill these guys super quick. I can brute force them.
Okay, that one hurt.
Okay. Can we get less of the staggers?
This. Attaboy.
Okay. Maybe this will raise the water level more. Will it get higher? Probably, since that door opened.
Now the path is clear. Let's go.
Yeah.
Can't catch me.
Look at this place. This place is complicated. Do they have to do this every time they go to their base or hideout? Whatever this place is? Whoa. Oh, I like that. Oh, that's really cool. That's a super cool bridge. I like it.
Orders given. Orders received.
Everyone on me!
No, hey, stop that.
First forth, feel this ancient power. Let's roll! Who wants some of this?
Okay. These guys are easy. Okay.
Charge!
Those two are like the easiest so far.
Coming to be. Only coming through. Bam!
Oh, maybe it's just that I'm getting more into the role of the playstyle of my team here. When I haven't been playing them for a bit.
After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum. Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here.
If I'm not mistaken, he's being charged by Navia as we speak. Maybe.
That's right.
Hopefully.
Hurry up and find some
Or at
evidence
least
so we
an
can get back to the
associate
Opera
of
House
his.
and help Navia. What's all this? Aw, it's a bunch of really cute things. Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box.
Huh. Maybe one of the disappeared people's belongings. There's a name or two.
Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different girls' names?
Oh, that's creepy. Probably belongs to the victims.
Huh? You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? They were brought here? And then they were turned into water. And all the boxes of things. These names. That means... Oh, this is terrible.
Yes, Paimon. Yeah. Okay, what do we have? Bottles. Oh, look at that. Okay, definitely the right place then. Wait. That was a difficult one to
There's
hit.
so much synth here. And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea.
There are so many.
Mixing in progress. Ready to drink. Stock sample? Huh. They've also got all the synth pretty clearly labeled.
Yeah,
Whoa,
they do.
There's even fruit-flavored synth?
I mean, it's like a... They're trying to run a business here, I guess. Well, that definitely proves that this is where they produce synth.
Yep, it's super obvious.
Okay, we have something over here, some notes?
What's this over here?
Did someone
Looks like
write
some
their
kind of
name?
place for
Probably
research.
not.
Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the
There is a
primordial
name
sea
there, though.
and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved.
Calm down, Paimon.
Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that Paimon's never read something so scary before.
Yeah.
How can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going.
The goal of the researcher is to save his lover, a woman called... What is this? Vinier? Maybe? Who was dissolved. Okay, so that woman... that woman is definitely the Oceanid that we talked to. The reason being that, like, I think so. Because here it's like, who is this? Whatever that name is. And earlier I was going, give us your name, but they wouldn't give us the name of the Oceanid. I feel that there has to have been a reason that they didn't give us the name of the Oceanid.
So that's why you did all of these experiments.
So is Mausal Vashi?
Do you really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane!
There's another name here. Vashio.
Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
No, I was suspicious. No, he is the researcher.
You mean Vache is the one who did all of these...
Vache.
Experiments?
Yes, he signed up on a bunch of the experiment reports. The voice I heard from the fountain was probably...
So that's it?
That's name.
Vache was no victim, but personally took his lover and... No, that's not it either. If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water?
There must be more to this than meets the eye.
In any case, Paimon will write it all
So,
down.
I feel like Paimon is more confused about this than she should be. I don't know. It makes sense to me. He wants to bring that woman back. So of course he'd want the women who disappeared to come back, because otherwise his experiment was a failure, right?
Basin over here, and it's full of
Whoa!
water.
It's dripping up? That must be the water from the primordial sea.
That means this is where they make all the synth, and that special water is the main ingredient.
Is this like a spring of the primordial sea?
You'll get synth, but the pure stuff can dissolve a human. Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence. Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes.
Okay.
Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him.
Did they steal? Oh. Did they investigate Navia's father then, I guess? Yeah. I had it a little backwards in my head, I think, for a moment there. It's probably related to his and Jacka's case.
Yep, it's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with it.
Okay.
This should prove the existence of the third person, right?
Yeah, I think so. Is there anything else?
We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely.
And he knew that would be the case.
Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia. Oh,
Wow,
seems
Navia
like we've got
really
a
is
bunch
key
of
to this.
correspondence between the higher-ups.
I mean, honestly makes sense that Marsal would treat Navia so well through the years. If he knew that... If he was involved in this and knew that treating her badly could end up resulting in the organization going to war. They planned this well in advance.
They're all just so evil.
Callus's investigation report. Yeah.
We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on. But
Who really is this Vasha? Well, I mean, we saw Marsal give the worst bluff ever about not knowing the name.
yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity. No wonder even Nervalette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago.
What if we ask the
That
fountain?
way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit.
We go and drink a little of that primordial water, do. Then we go up to the fountain and ask the fountain, hey, what's your name? And what did Vasha look like? Did he go by any other name when you knew him? Clever, but maybe not clever enough. Let's look again.
Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either.
Wait. Wait, maybe I should have just clicked clever. Maybe that is all. Maybe we are done.
You take that side and Paimon will take this side.
Oh.
Check everything carefully.
Yeah.
We'll find something for sure.
Okay.
Ugh. Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either.
Paimon can't find snacks. It's too bad. That is too bad. Paimon, I found it.
Really? Let Paimon see.
Oh, look at that.
Isn't that Vashe's lover's name?
Yes, and now I've heard it out loud for the first time.
You found her diary.
And might be able to pronounce it next time. No.
Aww.
Probably not.
Just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so sweet, too.
Oh, she made a list of baby names. Oh. Yeah, that one. See that one right there? Yeah. I can't read it.
So many! A whole page's worth! But they're all crossed out. Was she unhappy
What's the circled one? Tell me.
The final name she decided on
Marcel?
was... Marcel. Wait, but...
There we go.
Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vache and Vinier's grown son?
Let's go, Paimon. Maybe? Oh, he might have just picked a name that his lover liked for his new cover. Maybe. Hello, Derek.
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache?
There's the bad poker face again.
So you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return in the nick of time.
How often do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
I enjoy the partnership between Navia and the Traveler. It is fun. I like it.
It's all right, Monsieur Nervalette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
Oh, yes, I think we've certainly found quite a bit. You say you've never heard of Vache? Okay, wait. I don't know what will prove that he has heard of. Maybe the baby name. Let's try this.
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vache.
There you go.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything. After your lover, Vinier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you. You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vache.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel.
Yeah, it does.
Do you know
That's a good point.
You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations.
He may have fixated on the past, but another thing he did wrong is, experimenting on all those people.
For our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Okay.
Mr. Marcel, please
You're
speak up now
suddenly
if you would
sounding
like to
more
defend
evil
yourself.
with that laugh, that
Otherwise,
evil
the trial
chuckle.
will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this? Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes?
Oh, you've
No
done
one
that
helped me.
to some people.
No one even
You've
believed
dissolved other
All those
people's
decades ago, even the officers
lives
from the
of their
Maison
lives,
Gardiennage
I'm
were
sure.
laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vinier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha!
Oh.
Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever. You only have yourselves to blame.
But not
You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice.
She is
your
not gone.
beloved drama.
Does he know
Turning
that?
a blind eye to the
I'm
suffering
not
of
sure.
the people. Vignier is dead.
Oh,
We
he
promised each other
doesn't.
that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will follow. But I'm not from this blasted place, so I can't be dissolved. No matter what I do.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
Yeah.
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see?
But have you
I
gone
can't
to the
go.
fountain?
I can't follow.
Have you heard
So
her?
if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back? I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
Yeah, I get.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards,
Yeah,
please
yeah.
restrain him.
No, wait.
Don't touch
No.
me.
He's got
Don't
the
let anyone
water
come near
right
me.
there, guys.
I still
If either of you are
saved
from,
Her promise. We made a promise.
if you're from a fountain, stay away.
Vignier.
Should we say something
Please,
about Vignier?
Don't think badly of me. All I want to do is fulfill our promise.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear.
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah, I
Marcel's
think
conviction,
so. I think
the charges against
verdict
Mr.
is pretty
Tartaglia
clear.
no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case.
Yeah. Wow.
The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vignier.
Oh.
During an underwater expedition, Vignier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result.
I see.
Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignier back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria and began to manufacture and market
Wow,
synths.
diluted
However, as he
euphoria,
accumulated wealth
the
to fund his
Palatine
continued research and
dissolved.
expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president Callus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public
Honestly,
knowledge. This case also
he's
exposed enough of Vacher's machinations
not been a very
that he was
good
eventually
person.
successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all.
He's like narrating the drama of it all.
The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher.
Okay, you better go in the right direction, Oratrice. Oh, there we go.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Mr. Vacher
Is this going to be
is
incorrect?
guilty.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Careful about that water bottle he has there.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances case is over now.
Also, honestly, I'm surprised that they let him keep that Watu battle on him up there. Like, shouldn't they have searched him? I don't know. I feel like they, I feel like they should be doing some, can they? I feel like they should be checking people for Watu. They can't check people for Watu, can they? Like, we just found out primordial Watu's important. Hello, 20?
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's finally getting what he deserves. Huh? Are you okay?
Navia?
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had
You did a
always
good
hoped
job.
for has finally come. You can rest easy now, knowing justice has been served.
Yeah. Yeah. It's finally over. It's all thanks to you guys. And my partner.
This was a big case we just
Spina di
solved.
Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way,
How
I've
we
still
knew
got
of
some
the
business to
Vtubie,
attend
just
to.
letting
So,
it slide.
if you'll excuse me.
Nice of
Please
him.
wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What are you doing?
What now?
Novelate?
None of this has anything to do with me.
No.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Watching this after completing it hits different. Yeah, that's why I like, one of the reasons I like playing it through stories on the stream, because I know a lot of times
Please
stories,
respect the laws of Fontaine.
stories can
This
be
has
like
always
that.
been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn
You're
to the
free
Oratrice
to go.
Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges.
I feel like something's going to happen with the
According to the
Oratrice one
judgment
of
the
these
Oratrice
times.
Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Mr. Tartaglia is guilty.
Have something else, maybe?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent?
Innocent of the disappearances.
What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Well,
Huh? This has never happened before.
I mean...
The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, I could go with it either way. I could see it as either the Oratrice's malfunctioning here, or I could also see it as it's like maybe saying he's guilty for some other crime.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Vtubie harbinger?
Exactly,
Do you
an
think the
innocent
Oratrice might have
Vtubie
just convicted him
harbinger.
on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what
I
else he's
don't
guilty
know.
of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
Child has been declared guilty. Well, just what is going
the
on here?
judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must accept the guilty verdict. Guards, please take the suspect into
That's how the
custody per
court
protocol.
works? They just have to accept it? You might be careful. He's going to, yeah. No, just back
so this
up.
Is how
you don't
justice
want
is done
to.
in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules.
I don't think you can take him. At least not your max here. Maybe. Yeah. You'll need more than those max. Yeah. No elite?
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
that was pretty epic. I've been wondering if Novalit has a connection to the Archon Furina that we don't know of.
Apologies. This is also the first time I've
and
encountered
like
such a situation.
right there, it
However,
makes me wonder even more.
At the conception of Fontaine's court system, the Oratrice's judgment is the final verdict of the court.
Because he just displayed some combat prowess right there.
All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
If even the Chief Justice doesn't know, then we have no choice but to ask the Archon himself. Yeah.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it! I don't know what happened there either!
I mean, wait.
Hey, stop staring at me!
I think we've been told that you made the Oratrice, right?
What does Lady Furina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she create the Oratrice herself?
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really
Did
be
she
called
not
justice?
create it? Maybe?
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed
Child
out in this
clowned
court?
himself, yeah.
Did you really believe that the judgment could be mistaken or be the result of some sort of random mishap? Don't tell me you thought even I had been blindsided by the Oratrice's result.
This is another facade.
Just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
I really want to like have the Traveler have a meeting with Furina in private, where like maybe we can convince her not to put on a facade and have like a more real conversation. It feels like she's always like putting on different facades, trying not to show weakness and such.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was a part of an elaborate performance, with every
This
action
is a
meant to
performance
stir up
right here.
drama and excitement. And, of course, for every performance, there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the embodiment of the very concept of justice, the Oratrice shall never render an arbitrary judgment! If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, It is only because you've been blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence. Everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable!
That's right. If Childe wanted, he could have a duel with Clorinda, and winning it would actually prove him innocent. I feel like that's like what he might. Didn't he like mention some interest in having a duel with some of the duelists of a Fontaine at the start of the Fontaine storyline? Like when we first found out he was in a Fontaine, I feel like he mentioned something along those lines. It has been a bit since we were at that point in the storyline though, but I feel like it's what he'd want, right?
All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the Oratrice's verdict.
Yeah, he kind of just leapt into battle there anyways. Huh.
Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take my leave. Toodaloo!
What she really means is I want to get out of here before I say something else that I shouldn't say, like my shack about the oratory thing. So I'm leaving before any of you get to leave, so... But no, as the lead actress.
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea.
Way to pull the rag out from under
However,
here.
Please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
I don't really know if Novlate is going to do this. He seems like this really sort of apathetic individual. He doesn't seem passionate or motivated. Just like he's sort of apathetic.
Alright. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now.
So it seems like he possesses the ability to walk out towards that, but like he doesn't really feel like he possesses the motivation to do so.
After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff, so he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
But I mean, maybe this is like something that is motivating enough for him. Okay, we need to leave the opera house. Oh right, the door's over here. I was headed through the middle, but there's nothing there. Oh? Cutscene.
Hey,
Mouse.
what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
You can't dissolve me though, Mouse.
Traveler! Hey, Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing over here?
I mean, I think I'm fine to have a chat with him.
Or we'll add another charge to the list. No, wait. I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Sure.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vache?
Yeah.
I erased all records of that name. So, unless...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
I met her.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be?
It was
How did you
around
manage to do
the
it?
Fountain of Lucine.
The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. And I just never... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever you want to me afterwards. I don't care.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
Yeah.
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
I'm not sure what you're asking with, Oh wait, adventuring?
Will they betray the instinct
I can check in a minute. I can't remember what my adventure rank is.
Very well.
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case,
If
I
that
shall
is
leave him
what
in
you're
your most
asking,
capable
I
hands,
can
Chief
check.
Justice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wait, what was that? I am adventure rank 55. Yeah. Partly because I haven't been playing much lately. After some of the Sumeru stuff, I kind of burned out of the game for a while. Went too hard on dailies and stuff and burned out. I think I've mentioned that on the stream before, but I can't remember for shit. Wait. Is this where I'm supposed to go? Wait, the quest marker's gone away. Ooh, the quest location is currently involved in other quests. Oh. Which... It's sad which quest, didn't it? What did it say? Okay, I can figure this out. I know a way to figure this out, in fact. A weird way to figure it out. Give me just a moment, I'm looking. Okay, the quest location is currently involved in the quest The Lan Payload. Graph Adversarial Technology. Please complete it first. Okay, let me see if I can find it. The Lan Payload. I can't search the quests, can I? The Lan Payload. Oh, okay, that's it. That is a long quest name. Is that the longest quest name here? No. There. That one is longer. Okay, at least maybe. Okay, hopefully this is a quick quest. I went and scrolled back in time on my stream to find what it had said was the quest that I'd missed. actually a pretty useful thing. Okay.
Huh? Isn't that
Hopefully
Charlotte?
this doesn't take too long of...
Who's her friend and what are they chatting about?
I both like...
Cherry on top, Charlotte! Journalist extraordinaire!
Right, that's who Charlotte was. I couldn't remember for a moment.
Tricked the Gardamex by disguising themselves as blubber beasts.
It's
true, isn't it? It has to be.
I both like the system of, like... I both like and dislike the system they do, where a character can't be in more than one spot and the location can't be used for more than one, so you have to go to another quest. I think it's a good logical thing there, but it can also be annoying having to go and do another quest in the middle.
I've invested all my savings into graph adversarial technology and even taken out a sizable bank loan. I'm begging you like the beggiest beggar in all of begdom.
I need you to calm down a little, Miss Lapine, Pauline. I admire your passion for your research, and I don't mean to dash your hopes for those, big-ticket orders. But I'm afraid I'm not joking. The Blubber Beast incident was a short story mailed to us by an anonymous amateur author, written in the style of a true story.
Hello, Shucks. Shucks, yeah. And we're walking through the story right now. Which is, at least as far as I'm aware, it's... Wait, I actually don't know. I think it's a single-player experience. Short story.
It sounds like they're just discussing a story, but why does this Miss Lapine Pauline seem so distressed?
Funnily enough, I actually remember being in a meeting where the editing team was debating the potential risk of
I am
the public
open
with
to
this
the
story.
idea of at some point doing certain things with viewers. I have tried it in the past. Sometimes it hasn't worked out, but I'm still open to the idea.
But to our surprise, they fully supported us printing it. They figured that the false intel would be a great way to dupe potential criminals into wearing ridiculous costumes when breaking the law.
Damaging the property of Fontaine is punishable according to the judgment of the old trees mechanic. These words. Mechanic d'Enliso Cardinal, okay.
In truth, Gardamex are extremely sophisticated in their capabilities. They can identify criminals just as reliably as the best human guards, so a crude disguise isn't gonna get you far. If anything, it'll just make you stand out all the more.
And on top of all of that, the Gardamex look awesome.
Since we ran that story, the Maison Gardiennage has made a slew of arrests, including, one phantom blubber beast, a titanic red-crowned finch, and a Spectre Man. So I knew this story had helped out law enforcement, but this is the first time I'm learning of an innocent citizen being deceived by it, and investing so much Mora for nothing.
Uh-oh. She really sounds like she's in pain. Paimon thinks we should just ask Charlotte what's going on.
I sound Jan. I wonder, you might be... I will say my voice sounds different right now than it usually does. I've had a sore throat for the past... Oh, wait. I've had a sore throat since Friday. So, almost a week now. So, that might be affecting your perception of my voice.
Hey, Charlotte!
Well,
the area taking some photos for a story when I got to talking to Miss Lapine Pauline about her research. She read an article in the Steambird about a criminal who evaded Gardamek detection by disguising themselves as a blubber beast. Inspired by this story, she spent a lot of Mora researching counter-criminal image recognition technology. Her aim was to improve Fontaine's public security by developing a device that could enhance Gardamek's target recognition capabilities. She was hoping I could write an article to spread awareness about image recognition technology. She even paid me for the article and gave me one of her prototype devices before I could get a word in.
Wow.
But unfortunately, it was just a fictional story, and her efforts and aspirations were all in vain. I tried to let her down gently, but she's finding it all very hard to accept.
Gonna be the bad guy here. How old are you? I don't want to get into the specifics of my age, but I mean... So I'm a very private person, so I want to see if I can give you a satisfying answer without giving away my privacy. Give me a moment. What? Because I know there can be some concern, like, is this a teenager doing a stream or something? If there is someone who like sounds younger than you might think or something, and it's like, is this person like up for certain topics of discussion and such? So, I mean, I'm not a teenager. Oh, what to say? I really don't want to give anything too specific. I'm also older than 21, which is an important age for many, for some laws and such. I'm trying to decide if I should give you a younger than, but I think maybe for now we can just leave it at that. Okay, what was this? But unfortunately it was just a fictional story. Sometimes I have considered if I want to reveal more information about certain things, but we can figure that out at another time.
The author was only trying to make the story interesting, and the Maison Gardiennage only had Fontaine's best interest in mind.
It's no one's fault. She is just a victim of a misunderstanding.
Miss Lapine Pauline, what are you doing?
I'm gonna pick a fight with a Gardamek, head to the opera at Biclez, and get a one-way ticket to the Fortress of Meropide. That way, I won't have to repay my debts. It's the only way I can afford to keep on living.
Oh no.
Whoa, there's no need to go that far. I mean, come on. Look at you. You wouldn't even dent the Gardamek's armor.
Oh,
in all likelihood, they'd only hold you up at the Maison Gardiennage for a few days before letting you out, and then you'd still have to repay your debts.
I meant silver.
Actually, instead of going into the technicalities of that, how much did you actually invest? How bad can it really be?
270,000 Mora.
Okay, Well, escaping to the fortress of Meripede over a sum like that seems like a last resort. Surely there must be other options.
Not anymore. I used to be an equipment supplier to the Fontaine Research Institute before that blew to pieces, and now I'm just a small-time engineer. I scraped together some savings over the past few years, but I put every last mora into this project, and now I'm left with nothing. It's not just my savings that are gone. It's my whole future as a graph adversarial technology specialist and my dreams of becoming a billionaire one day.
I feel bad for her.
My life is over.
Don't despair, Miss Lapine Pauline. I think I know a way for you to turn this around.
Oh?
This prototype you've given me, the camera lens for image recognition sample collection. It's really quite something. You said you designed it specifically for high-fidelity image capture and analysis, yes? The rapid focal length adjustment is a very useful function in its own right. It's sure to make many journalists' jobs much easier.
The thing is, though,
I'd say it has the potential to revolutionize Fontaine's news media.
They with that 270k more is nothing. I completely agree, but one of the things that was like really burning me out in the end was doing the ley lines. I don't know, something... I never liked the ley lines very much. I don't like having to go from one to another. Yeah, I don't know. I was getting so bored of ley lines every day.
So your research
because I always needed more goals and experience.
The technology you've developed may have many applications that you've never even considered.
Really?
Absolutely. I've been working as a journalist for the Stingbird for a long time now. No one understands the issues we journalists face on a day-to-day basis better than me. So keep calm.
But I mean, if I do
about mass production. In the meantime, I'll show your invention to all my colleagues to drum up interest in your product.
If I do get back into doing Genshin Impact, then I will be doing. Then I will be doing some more ley lines, of course. And it would be more interesting, at least for a bit, to do some ley lines in Fontaine. It would be a new environment for the ley lines, so it would be a bit of a change up, at least in that way.
If this is true, then I can look into setting up a whole camera lens development pipeline. My big ticket orders and billionaire aspirations are still in the cards. Oh, maybe I should consider taking out another loan. That way, I can rapidly improve the lens production process, be the first to market, and prepare to battle for dominance in the camera industry.
Come on! Stop daydreaming about your pipelines for a minute. Just take it one step at a time and see how it goes. There's no sense in putting all your eggs in one basket before things are even off the ground.
Being overly ambitious might come back to bite you. Slow and steady wins the race. Overly ambitious could bite you.
Speak to some people I know and license my image recognition device to a workshop to raise some funds. I can't believe I didn't think of this sooner. There's no time to lose. I need to get to work. Early bird gets the worm.
You're right. It is pretty quick to do the ley line, is it?
Paimon's pretty sure our advice went in one ear and out the other.
No, I play on North America.
It's understandable. When inspiration and passion strike at the same time, it's all too easy to throw yourself headfirst into your work and forget about everyone around you. A lot of journalists are the same way when they're first starting out. But don't you worry. I'm gonna write an article on all this, and I'll be checking in on her regularly. Her research has the potential to benefit the entire journalistic community. I'll give her plenty of input to stop her from going down any rabbit holes, and make sure mass production of her lens can begin as soon as possible.
It's reassuring to know that you'll be looking out for her, Charlotte.
Oh, Charlotte.
Actually, you know what? Why don't you two take this prototype lens? I'm sure you'll have plenty of chances to use it on your travels. It takes the right person to get the most out of a new technology. In your hands, it's sure to capture some amazing sights.
Thanks a lot, Charlotte.
Yeah, there's
Surprise! We were just curious about what you guys were talking about.
there's not a whole lot of choices available in Genshin Impact, is there?
You're welcome. I got something out
Any
of this
choice
too.
you do.
The beginnings of a very interesting news story. The boundaries between real news reports and news-like fiction must not be blurred, even when there's a compelling justification for doing so. Yes, that's how I'll phrase it to the editors when I give them my feedback. Let's hope we don't mislead any more well-meaning citizens in the future.
Okay, after... Did we do this quest because we need this for the fountain thing or what? Oh, maybe... no, I guess it's probably that Charlotte needs to be at the fountain. Okay. I need... One moment, I need a drink. After Charlotte activates the gadget, the original effects of framing a freezing point, composition, hold mode cannot take effect. Now we can go back to the quest. Okay. Now, is Charlotte around?
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Okay, back then I drank water from the primordial sea. It heightened my sensitivity to the hydro element.
Yeah,
and you drank some a bit ago, so...
Hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink a lot of it on the stage as well? Oh, in that case...
But what if he's just not... in tune enough? No, it seems he is.
Yes, that's it! So you heard it too!
Vinier, it's me! It's me, Vache!
Vache? Vache?
But she might
I'm
not
here,
exactly
I'm
be
here.
all there
Where are
anymore.
you, Vinier? I'm coming for you. I'm finally here for you.
Hey, wait! Be careful! Hey, wait!
Oh?
Vinier, is that you? It's me, Vache! Vinier!
So, this is his perspective here. Did he maybe just collapse from our perspective?
You don't need to look for me. You look a lot older than I remember. How long has it been?
30 years, maybe?
It's been more than 20 years.
More than 20?
I've suffered for over 20 years since the day you left. All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else
He's
matters to me.
gone mad.
I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings like this?
Maybe don't
Vinier,
tell here
you're
what
my
you
everything.
did to
I really
accomplish
don't know
this.
how I could live without you.
Because the means don't...
But Vache,
The ends
if you
don't
ask
always justify the
would be
means.
better off without you.
Does you know what he did?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably
What?
become a top-tier attorney one day. If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my
this
love
is-
of the arts, and my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermonia itself.
This is cruel.
If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and died alone, with nothing but the tears on her cheeks. It's all because of your selfishness, Vache.
Wow.
It's all because of you.
Wow. I did not see that coming. This is not where I saw it going. Crazy how love changes the whole identity of someone. Yes. Yes. There's... Even one of my favorite stories has that as a key point, but I can't say what story because it's at the end of the story.
You... Wait, you are not Vinier. Who are you?
Oh?
You're right. I am not Vinier.
I am the sacrifices.
The sacrifices. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals.
See, one of the things I'm wondering...
Just as streams of water come together in the sea.
Is that, how to put it? We are in Fontaine for a storyline, right? And that storyline is not going to be over with this case. It's just not, big enough of a storyline for it to enter, right? So that begs the question, what does this grand case that has really been like 2 or 3 cases put together, what does this grand case add to the overall storyline of Fontaine? And I think the answer might be it adds the primordial sea. This is just me trying to theorize here. And I think maybe that my best theory on why the oratrice put out that extra guilty verdict is that maybe the primordial sea did something in some way to it? Or maybe like the problem is, like if this case ends, there's likely something involved with this case that will tie into where the storyline is going.
I'm Crescent.
Oh.
I'm Lemony. I'm Azine.
All of them.
The only
but that's
one
just
I
like
am not
theories.
is Vinier.
Oh, that's the only one that she isn't.
Where is Vinier?
Oh, that's cruel, isn't it?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you.
Because she knows,
for your selfishness.
doesn't she?
Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became?
There's a quote I like, I don't remember where it's from. Sorry, my throat is so... that was... like... what is it? The ends only justify the means of the... what is it? If the means are justifiable and the whole serial killer thing not the most justifiable, especially if the ones you disappear are then joining in a sea of consciousness with the person you're trying to make reappear. That person might not be happy.
You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist.
Yeah.
The only thing you are not is Vigniere's beloved.
Wow.
From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vigniere's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
It looks like I didn't meet Vigniere back then either. They must have wanted me to lure Mausal here from the beginning. Yeah, that's actually what I was kind of thinking through this exchange.
No! Yeah! She can't hate me. Let me see her, please!
Like,
have mercy!
The consciousnesses of all of these people that he has disappeared have been crying out.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vigniere. She really doesn't want to see you anymore. But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity for you.
Though also I do have to wonder if there are more consciousnesses in here than of the consciousnesses of just the people he dissolved. If, we might be able to get any input to whether anyone else has been dissolved due to events, and if that, could be good information, or if it's only the people he's dissolved. Narcissism at peak, indeed, yeah.
She said that because she knew
and
that
honestly,
did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
We kind of even saw like the hints of that narcissism when he first started giving his response in the trial, responding to like the way he was responding to what's her name, Navia. It wasn't. I don't know, just something in it kind of makes me feel like we were starting to see behind his mask.
Vache.
Vache? 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 Vache?
Oh, he's dead, isn't he? Oh, he's not going to get imprisoned. Later, the guards find the culprit of the serial disappearance. I'm glad I finished reading that.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
I do not know why we had to do that thing with Charlotte before we got to do the fountain. I'm not seeing any sort of connection, area or characters wise. Huh. Shopping is stressful in its own way, though. My legs are killing me.
Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Not Dad, just thrown into jail.
It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having a partner like me?
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you been busy with since the trial?
Mo cases?
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the courts
maybe
in
still resolving stuff for the last
Everyone
case.
from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father.
Oh,
we never held
his
a memorial
name is
when he
cleared,
first died,
isn't
since
it?
everyone knew that even if we held
He's no
one back
longer
then, no one was
callous,
going to come.
the
This
unfaithful.
time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court, all attended.
Oh, nice.
So his name's definitely been cleared now. That's what we like to hear.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
I mean, that's really good.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't give up on the case all those years ago.
Things turned out as well as they could have.
Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there, and there was no way she'd just let me go.
Huh? So you know Charlotte
I guess
too?
this would be where Charlotte comes in, and we couldn't.
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for an answer. I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness, Secret Tales of the Yellow Rose. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. So
I like the
we've been
title.
on pretty good terms ever since. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so now her wishes finally come true too.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
Hello,
Now that's
Drakey.
another thing to look forward
Drakey?
to. We trust Charlotte's skills with a pen for sure.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clarand out for a meal.
Oh, are you two on better terms
That's
now?
good.
While you were investigating Vashey's headquarters, Clarand gave testimony on my father's behalf.
Nice, nice.
It was
Yeah.
thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide.
Yeah.
I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time.
And she does
so
seem
we
like
took
a
the
good
chance
person.
to reconcile with each other.
Oh, that's
Clarand.
Paimon also thought
Even
Clarand wasn't
though
actually
she's
a bad person.
so tough.
It's always good to have more friends.
Yeah, she seems
Anyway,
like a good
now
enough
that the
person.
case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness. Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
She kind of serves as an executioner, but
I should pay a visit to my father's grave and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all ended. And on top of that, just how much people still look up to him to this day. That includes me, too.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
Can I come too?
We want to go too. We also think Callus is a really admirable person.
Yeah?
Sure thing.
She seems like he could have shared more information with
After all,
Navia, but
without you,
other than
there
that,
might not have been such a positive ending.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather, we'll be lucky if we can reach Poisson before dark.
you're not the first person, who said Taylor Swift vibes from Navia. I don't remember what Taylor Swift looks like myself. There's only a handful of celebrities that I'm familiar with off the top of my head. Just a calm stream, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for a few days now.
Playing through the story. Other than that, a pretty calm stream.
This is where my father's grave is. To be perfectly honest, even I haven't been back here for a long time.
Huh? There's someone there already. Wait. That figure. It can't be.
Who?
Isn't that Nervalette?
Oh.
Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
Maybe he's less maybe he's less
My apologies.
apathetic than
I should have asked before coming to
I've
pay my
taken him.
respects.
So.
Don't
Right.
say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Mr. Neuvillette. In any case,
maybe.
Why did you come to Poisson?
Maybe Neuvillette is just like another machine that's been constructed to serve justice by Furina. So there's the Oratrice and Neuvillette, two machines built for justice. With the way he handles emotions and all, you know, seems to be like a little out of touch with other human emotions.
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice anyway? There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things to be more important than their own lives. Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival. But Mr. Callis proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callis made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice.
Yeah.
A justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callis in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner.
Not really.
This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days.
Not moaning,
That high and
Carlos.
mighty chair in the Opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver, one of my guys.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
We've realized it's not one of his
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
So Navia and
He is Goku.
made their peace as well. Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done.
I mean, Neuvillette is pretty nice here.
Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there?
Well, you're not usually supposed to fly around someone's grave. But you're also not usually supposed to just fly everywhere, so, you know, which you kind of do your own thing with the whole flying thing of Paimon.
Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But Paimon doesn't know what she would do if she can't fly.
Can you walk?
Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be too mad.
Can you walk, Paimon? I don't know. I honestly don't know if she can walk.
Anyway, Neuvillette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit? If we can't talk to Lady Furina, we can at least talk to him, right?
Neuvillette does crazy damage. That's actually one thing that I wish they would change about the game in this. Oh, at least as far as I'm aware, you're not a... Yeah, no. I really think they should do what some other games do, where, you know, you can try out any of the characters and test them at any time instead of having, like, we can try out currently Chiori or Aratakito. But, like, all of these other limited characters that it's like, might we want to save up for them, like Nova Elite? They should have it so that we can demo characters when they're not. I think that would be like a really good thing for the game. Of course, that's just my opinion.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
Mm-hmm. We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just followed her here.
I see. I see. Then is there something that I can help you with?
I mean, maybe it would also have a chance of hurting people's chances of impulse buying characters that are currently up on banners. Maybe the ideas that having it so you can only test the current banners makes it so that people are more inclined to spend on the current banners and not save for a banner that they really want. Like when I wanted Albedo, I didn't spend on any banners till Albedo came out. And then when I wanted Ito, I didn't spend on any till he. So maybe the idea is that people won't save as much if they can only try the current characters. I still think you should be able to try characters that haven't come out, that aren't currently up. Navia's coming in next banner. That's cool.
Run into you like this since you're usually super busy, so we figured we could try to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure to return the favor.
Oh, good. Let's start there. About my sibling.
Your sibling? Another blonde-haired traveler? I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description. If she ever stepped foot in Fontaine,
saving of
I'm sure she followed
Onufi's
our loss to the
cons.
letter and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epiclese. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
About the prophecy.
That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Furina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
Sure, it's been a bit since we heard
It
it.
was Lenny that told us back then. And that about covers all the main points.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? Wow. This is the first time that we've ever heard of it.
Two parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved.
Yeah.
We should be more vigilant and stay on the watch for further signs.
I
Speaking
suppose.
of the prophecy, Furina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose.
I suppose the prophecy does seem to maybe be the overarching theme of the Hydro Archon quest line so far. I think, yeah.
If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Furina by her predecessor.
But with Furina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve it?
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Child.
My apologies. My investigation has still not reached its
Yeah, I
conclusion.
didn't think it would have.
However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered arbitrarily.
you also said you thought he was innocent.
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case.
Yet,
as a divinely created
doesn't
mechanism,
seem to.
the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it. Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such as self-awareness. Which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
He's just astonished that now is the time. He knew it.
He heard a human voice from the room where the
He's astonished but not surprised
I was not
that it's
aware such a
happened.
thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items to investigate. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough information. Based on Furina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though, with her time-tested twin tricks of bravado and drama.
Yeah, bravado and drama. Those are her
For now,
go-tos.
I regret to say that the Vtubie Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede. If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent allowed by the law.
I wonder if we'll see the fortress in this quest line.
Fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Wait, we asked about... I think we missed this one.
At court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea, but what is it really?
Truthfully,
Is it
that
something
name is
else?
already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vache and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life on this planet.
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial then.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vache discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Yes.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the case, then why would people, at least people from Fontaine, dissolve in that kind of water?
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was
Maybe
known
it
to
has to
engender
do with the
and nurture
prophecy.
life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead? To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some unknown secrets around the people of this land. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me
Seems to
about?
like somewhat tie into the prophecy, right? So, no more questions.
Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. I very much enjoyed conversing with you. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais Memoria.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay your respects today because you had the day off.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a justice's work.
All right.
Hello, Jean-Lee.
Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
It has. Oh. There we go.
You know, we've been walking around for a while now. Why don't we go back to the Spina di Rosula base in the court of Fontaine and have a rest?
1 second. That goes here. Picking up a so-sweater droplet will be so too inutilisable. Yeah. Cool. Cool. I don't really use the traveler, but cool.
Navia said something about...
Oh, that's the lens. Oh, I should actually claim these rewards. Oh, hello. From India. Wow. Is the... Wait, we're not doing that now. I wanted to... Okay, wait, we have a couple of these. We might just, well... Yeah, we're... 4 hours, 19 minutes. Oh, I just say, yeah. Yeah, we're 4 hours, 19 minutes into the stream. About 20 minutes now. And we just finished the quest, so I think that's going to be where we leave the quest for today. And we'll come back to going further in the quest next time. Oh, also, I feel like I said that a little weird. To clarify, I'm from the US. Greetings, India. Well, I'm living in the US at least at the moment. Greetings, yeah. Let me just claim these really quick before we... I might forget otherwise. Yeah, so we'll wrap the stream up here for today, and we will go on to the next quest, next stream that we play Genshin Impact, which is not this week, and unless I might get time at the end of the week after the 2 other planned stream, in which case I would be happy to continue this. So it's either after the 2 other planned streams this week.
Thank you for completing. Ad Astra Abyssosk. Well.
Yeah. So it might be next week or the week after, but I hope to get to continuing the quest more soon. Wait. Did I? No, the interface changed, hasn't it? I can just... Okay, this is a little different. Oh! These are new. So, I will go over the schedule if anyone's unaware. Tomorrow we are playing a puzzle game. Same time, normal. And we have one other stream this week. What was it? The day after, we are playing Genshin Impact 3rd. Another one of Hoyo versus games. We're continuing its story. And yeah, I don't know anything else to say. I hope everyone enjoyed seeing us today. I do. And until next time, everyone, please do try and have a blast. Bye.